Pew. And let's see what we got. Some chat here to check on. Grass bugs. What these? Hmm. Hmm. Bugs. Hairs are null. What does that mean? Name of hair is null. Unknown. +1 null. Oh, really? That should be resources. Fur. Fur is called fur. But spider, stone, and 2, 3, null. What about a rabbit? Harvestable animal. Resources null. That's not good. Fur. Can be rare, can be lucky. For now, we're turning that off because we don't know. We just don't have anything planned for it yet. Completion rewards for 1 to 3 used here. Mob name rabbit. Always makes me log in again. Probably gonna take me back to the front and make me click on the stuff again. Here's our null resolved, and let's write that down. We are on the 3rd already. Craziness. 2021. It's gonna be weird. We'll figure out how to describe what we did in the AM later. For now, fixed rabbits rewarding null. Fixed in 0.7.0.12. What else is new? Storehouse stuff. Problem with existing storehouses is the default button for harvesting timber, not fruit. For me and SP, the default button for harvesting fruit is To harvest timber, not fruit. We just did that yesterday, though. Single player. There is a lemon tree right by the start. What else we got? Trader too, yeah. Those guys might. I need to look at that. Let's look at that. Exception after harvesting some objects in swamp. Is this still going on? After stump, big stock mushroom, small multiplayer live exception. Open stumps and marshy branches still give exceptions. Object reference. We don't need this tree anymore. Settle down. So yeah, single player, this tree is gonna do that because we're running the same seed, but not in multiplayer. I put a Solace down there, didn't I? Lemon tree says 5 lemons, no fruit available. It's not, there's another one right there. Is that an orange tree? Orange tree says, yeah, it doesn't give me the option to chop. Default harvesting fruit trees just harvest timber, not fruit. No offense, Peter, but I don't believe you. Why would it do that after harvest? I know the code. I've looked at it just yesterday. Strange. I do want to look real quick at some of the new town buildings don't actually have like a function. So trying to interact with the NPC might cause a problem, which it sounds like what they're suggesting. So let's build a trader. Do I have enough? I do not. How come my VS View does not work? VS View, window capture. Capture mode. Automatic. Lost chat and CAD cam, but that's fine. This is just a temporary window. What are we doing? I want to put a trader down. Not enough resources. Do I not have any light? What's going on? Light 20. Oh, you know what? I probably... Or is it lumber that it needs? I probably only have timber. Lumber. Let's make some lumber. I got all kinds of random stuff. I don't even have a bag on. Just put him here for now. Go ahead and save. And he's a trader. I can upgrade him. Doesn't lock me up. But perhaps does so in multiplayer? Do not respond and lock the character movement. Storehouse is not accumulating. I do want to look at least characters getting locked. Well, then I could try that myself, couldn't I? Let's do that. So we'll start our server up again. And Malker's still going to be out at that tree, which is how I want him. Still got all those debugs and stuff going on. But what's going on here? Is this guy still compiling? Start client. Let's go with a different character. What are we trying to do? I just want to interact with the trader. See if he breaks a character in multiplayer. Because there are some functions that asks the server to respond some data that it might be getting caught up on with the new buildings. And I was checking the storehouse was working in multiplayer yesterday, right? Might just be the old storehouses are having problems of some kind. I might want to restart these, getting kind of sluggish. You, sir, are a trader, and you do indeed lock me up. That is not nice. Alright, so server doesn't actually know what happened. We better just follow the chain of commands there. Come on. Come on. Is it that hard, Visual Studio? Really? We'll just take another sip. We want to look at player input is where that all starts. When we find something to interact with, it's not a farmable, it is interactable. It's not a bed, it's not a facility, it's just gonna plain get interacted with. So let's skip ahead to, not the grass manager, town building object. I was actually talking to the avatar himself, which is now despawned. Town building object would be on the signs. I'm gonna go ahead and reload so I can look at that. Interactable town building. Link town building with the number and the town building. Target. Town building UI link. This is probably the problem. Building isn't null. If the current Solace number, the Solace number isn't null. Town isn't null. We are not the server. Request town data. If not updating from request. Debug.log requesting town building data. This is going to go to here. Get Solace by number. Solace.town. Copy as new. Target send town data. Is there something going wrong with that? Just do that one and this one in case it's sending it in parts. Failing that, we should be able to move on past that. Current town building equals get town building. It's not a producer, it's not, yeah, this is probably returning, no, yeah, that should, gets the trader. If current town building does not equal null, whatever, not connecting, doesn't care. If current town building, a bunch of stuff, close window, none of that came up. Refresh, clear, blah, blah, blah. Non-running templates, we're able to get that. It's not a storehouse, not a producer. Otherwise, refresh stat, set game object true. It should be getting all the way here. Let's just put another one here. Moving forward. I just wanted to look at the NPC itself, which is who I'm clicking on. They've got a we close you. They've got interactable citizen on them. Solace number -1, town building null. That's no good. Alright, so citizen AI, when it starts up, he knows he's a trader. Oh, I clicked on the client. Sorry. Citizen AI. Is that under entities? No. Where is that? Why is that not under towns? Too many files. Global farming entities you would expect, but no citizens. Citizen AI setup. These are sync vars, recipe updated, blah blah blah. Avatar dynamic. Who sets up the? Thank you for the like. Who starts up the interactable citizen? That is not being referenced on the AI here, is it? Yeah, there it is. Set up citizen name. You're only going to set up the citizen name though, huh? Which is being set up correctly. But we need you to do more than that. This is just the randomized stuff. Wait for recipe, or go ahead and build. In either case, these guys set up, string. Citizen name is getting set up. But these guys are getting set up properly, aren't they? You are... No, you're not. So that's probably just not even being used properly. Interactable citizen. Interactable citizen. Interact with, link town, building, Solace number, but these are incorrect. So the logger is gonna break me just the same, isn't it? But it doesn't. Why? Interactable citizen. Interact with, link town, building. Didn't even send me that link, but the citizen AI doesn't have a interact with feature. You have to go through the interactable. Why is that not? Here we can see Rosemary is Solace number -1, town building null. And yet we're able to interact with her just fine. I've confused myself. Bouncing around between completely unrelated features. I mean, this is all that we're interacting with, right? Or is player input smart enough to send command interact with? That's what's going on. We're telling the server to interact with it for us. And on the server, we're well aware of who's who. Our logger, Rosemary, is 0 logger. This guy is 0 trader. Okay, so no, that's not the problem. Interacting with the citizen is engaged. We honestly should just have this marked as server, but whatever. Link town building, void target link. Oops, not what I wanted. Link town building, link. So this gets, yeah, debug linking. We want to see how far that gets. And we, service paused. Those debugs have not yet compiled. So let's go ahead and let them compile. Linking, moving forward, requesting town building data. It's probably getting stuck somewhere right here. If it gets past moving forward, it should just open up and do this kind of stuff. And if any of that had a problem, it would just say so. Throw an error. You ready to go, server? Refresh upgrade buttons, else clear, grab the template. Upgrades, rank should exist. Refresh stats, again, should be fine. Start the client loading. I looked into making a announcement here. You know how on the store page sometimes they show above the game, they've got that streaming live stuff going on here. And you can make a live announcement. I don't know if that's, I think I'm gonna have to look that up later. I'm not sure if you have to make an actual announcement. I suppose I could delete the announcement once the stream was over. Connected. That seems like more work than should be necessary though. But maybe that's how it goes. Connected, and I'm gonna talk to Rogelio, I don't know how to say that. Warning, an exception has occurred. Request town building data went through. Null reference exception on call target send town data parts. What's that under? Player Solaces. Request town data, send town data parts. Is that just because I put in a stupid debug that shouldn't be in there? Because it didn't do that last time, but I gotta fix this damn snow. Why would you snow in the grass? Makes no sense. Call target send town data parts. Solace bytes. Yeah, this is just incorrect, isn't it? Nobody's using bytes. This is town bytes. So I interrupted that whole process with a improper debug. It's client side. I'm just gonna let the client recompile that one. So it is trying to send the parts and then open up. If the UI is open, which it is supposed to be at that point, it refreshes it with the new data from the server. This too, your Chrome takes up so much RAM for some reason. I did order some more RAM, like I said. Should be here Saturday. Okay, town data completed, but the town interface never opened. So we made it linking 0 trader false, finished loading, found, blah 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 blah. Requesting town building data, which is this part here. Request town data, town data completed. If client UI is open, which it is not. Should it be already before that gets called? Town building UI. UI open is true. Is it? Have you actually opened anything? Doesn't look like you have anywhere. So I think you need to go ahead and open yourself up. Close window, not close window. Let's go to this might not be correct, but let's do, is there like a toggle option here? Toggle, no, that's not what I meant. Link is the, what opens it up, but it doesn't actually turn on until this completes. Linking 0 trader, requesting town building data, town building completed. If the UI is open, which it is marking itself as open, UI is open is true. Current town equals town player interface town UI refresh. Doesn't go to link actually, does it? Goes to refresh. So I thought that it was moving on. Well, this is the town building UI. Because it hasn't actually opened itself up yet even. UI is open. Town building UI. Town UI is the other UI. UI is open. Because if it gets past this, not updating from request and not is server. Request town building and return. It's supposed to I can clear it with that. We should be able to see linking and then moving forward. We never got to the moving forward part for some reason. Why does that get called twice? Oh, well, yeah, it does. You link it, you call the link on the client, but it actually tells the server, give me the data that I'm trying to link up to, and then it calls the link function again with, instead of false, this time it's true, so then it moves forward. However, this guy is not getting through. This time he didn't get any, we didn't get any parts or anything. F, linking trader. So it gets to, oh, and it didn't even get to requesting, current town's also, what? Create town, it hasn't been set up. Linking. Didn't get a debug log error. Didn't get a warning error. I've got everything turned on. If current solace.town equals null. That's all different. Request town building data. We didn't put a debug in there. If otherwise, we're going to call the command to request. Let's go ahead and put a debug in there. I mean, we're calling it here. Requesting town building data. This was the other one. If not, if current source.town equals null or yeah, I didn't do that this time. If not updating request, which we aren't, and we're not the server. Solace data gets sent when you connect, so it knows this is more just fixing up old. This isn't where we want this, then really, is it? Collected server, blah 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 blah. Requesting town building data. Requesting town building data. That's going to be a command to the server, who is going to find that. There's no else here, is there? Crafter, producer, gatherer, storehouse. What about the other types? Else. This is just a town building. So we've already got the town building. We just need to do town building type equals and what does this matter? Town building type. We'll just do null for now. And then we want to serialize as is and send it, because it's not one of these specific town building types. Go ahead and send it. Send town building data. If it's a crafter, if it's a producer, if it's a gatherer, if it's a storehouse. If it's null, return. It's not null. Clears all this town building damage. Sending the data for a building. Basically just need to do this with a simple else, because we're not one of these specific types. These are just generic town buildings. Else, we don't need to do that. Oh, we do need to do it. This is just a town building, generic town building equals town building, deserialized. TB equals town building, sure. Why does that matter? TB is getting used down here. Current town building equals TB building type. See, that's where it gets called link. So we were getting TB equals null and returning, getting stuck. Town building, old building equals get the town building. If the old building is null, it's just buildings, add new town building. What is that? Town building holder. Town building holder. Town building type, town building null, else the old building dot rank equals the new town building rank, which is all that's important for the majority of generic town buildings. And I left something playing in the background. Left everything playing in the background. I meant to save. I think that was just that return that I didn't save though. That should fix that. This did not matter. Town building object likewise did not matter. We didn't change anything. Player input didn't matter. We didn't change. Player client didn't matter. We didn't change. Procedural watcher is what we're working on with the other stuff. This we turned the debug on and off. I'm just going to close it. Citizen AI was also not important. Closed. Solace's town building UI. I'm going to have to recompile a second time, perhaps. Like I said, my memory's getting a little up there. I might want to reboot these, especially the first one. Getting a little silly. Are you done, sir? I'll close you. Are you done, sir? You, I'm going to close you too. And I'll go ahead and save you because you're the main. RAM problems. Was not expecting RAM problems with 16 gigabytes of RAM, but times have changed. So I ordered another 16. I'll have 32 gigabytes of RAM. That just sounds so weird to me. Why would you need 32 gigabytes of RAM? But I guess I do. Difficult stuff. Take your time, Unity. Take your time. You only had like 13 processes open, 15 processes. Probably still running around in the background. There we go. Got a decent CPU. This is a Ryzen 5 3600. Not bleeding edge or anything, but it's been kind of a weird year for computer parts. Especially graphics cards. And there's all kinds of new chips coming out that are supposed to blow everything out of the water, and hopefully I can get an upgrade for cheap once that kind of stuff starts coming out. Thank you for the follow weapon. $15 out of 50. Got a few to go. For my super exciting stream. Watching Unity loading screens. It is kind of a bummer they don't have a game dev channel on Twitch or YouTube or anywhere. I suppose it's just not enough of a thing. This is broadcasting under science and technology. This is already open. That's fine. I just don't like when these are in the wrong order. I like to keep the real copy on the left. Clicked the wrong one. Apparently. Let's make sure he's ready to go as the client. And then once the other guy finishes loading. And so what else did we have to do with all of this stuff? We did an AM. I don't know if there's anything more we need to. I just want to double check that the watched area lists are properly being added to and removed from. What are those cats doing? Feet everywhere. Sleepy kitties. Start the server up. Cats are great. Couldn't care less. Caring so little that they couldn't care less. Start the client. This is going to be fixed. New town buildings, locking player controls upon interaction in multiplayer. Mr. Trader, thank you for the like, Roderick. So that is fixed. Just wasn't set up to handle these new generics. Right, what else do we need? So yeah, I want to double check. That looked like it loaded up Malcare there, didn't it? I was hoping Malcare was still... I'm going to close this just because it bothers the crap out of me when the shadow copy is on the left here. So yeah, I want to... These player harvesting lists, the watched areas, I want to make sure that that is enabling or being added to and removed from properly. And these are set to serializable, so I can watch that in the editor. As well as on the harvesting manager, we set up these two lists. These need to be being cleared. And setting them to null. Garbage collector should be getting those just fine. When do we remove from here? I forget. Report area destruction. So just whenever, procedural area turns off, it asks this to be destroyed. Why don't we go ahead and destroy it, just to be safe, because that stuff kind of confuses me. Destroy NARS, remove it. Yeah, it doesn't want to even let me do that. Cannot convert. Yeah, it's not an object, it's just a class. Okay. Okay. Just making sure. Yeah. So start the server back up. And I'm just going to run around a bit and make sure that client side, actually it doesn't do that himself. He sends that to the server, so it should all be server side. Server side watched areas list per client is being handled properly, and that the server side rare resources lists are being managed properly. And then we're also going to need to set that up for world encounters, which would be primarily caves at this point, so that we don't get any discrepancies when people are hunting gems. Yeah, this is Malcare. I'm gonna sneeze, I think. Muted in time. Don't want to sneeze into the mic. So I want to go back out to actually doesn't matter where I go, does it? But you know, whatever. We'll go back out to where those trees were. So what we're watching is one part Malcare's server-side player harvesting script. Where are you? Player harvesting actions. Am I not seeing it? Player harvesting, there it is. Watched areas. That's a lot of watched areas. 69. Sure about that? Let's go ahead and teleport back and then teleport somewhere else. 110, that's just going up and up and up and up. And now it's going back down as the client despawns the areas. So it looks like 69 is about the space around it. What's the square root of 69? Somewhere around 8 and 7. 8 point something. Guess that makes sense. 400 meters in all directions. That's about right. We'll go ahead and say that that is correct. And the other thing was on the server-side manager, the harvesting manager. We're gonna want to look at in debug mode so we can see his private variables. Currently got 12 areas with the resources that he's watching. None new. I'm in a tier 1 area, so there's not a lot. Let's go back out to tier 10, where there should be a lot more rare stuff. And so that's climbing upward. And then also removing the old stuff. Yeah, it looks like that's all working as intended. So, cheers on that. Yeah. Looks good. Let's find something sparkly. Kind of a funky time of the day. to be looking for sparklies. It's bright out. I see something over there though. Something over there too. Iron ore. Ow. Get away from me. Yeah, my sword's not coming out properly. Lots of little multiplayer tricks that aren't working right. But that did give me green iron ore, and that's all we were really trying to make sure of with this pass. So that's cool. Let's now think about how to do that with caves. We'll leave the harvesting manager object. This stuff is going to be different. This is going to be different. Probably a bunch of debugs that I want to turn off. And Mirror likes to interrupt those. Hopefully I haven't closed them so I can still see them. Looks good there. Got a bunch of them here. Test tree, we don't need you anymore. Test tree. Test tree. Test tree. Test tree. I love this map view. I didn't know about this for the first like 2 years of coding, but it's very nice being able to see the little color codings of if you have an error, what's going on, something's not being used properly. Harvesting manager probably has some as well that we don't need. I think procedural area does too. I just closed that. What else we got down here? You. Procedural area. See, and when you close it, you lose all of those, which is unfortunate. But we were working down self-destruct. Let's just calling these and add watched areas. I guess that's all that was doing. Player harvesting. Yeah, we got rid of that, so we're good there. So if we're talking about caves, which we can generalize to be called world encounters, which includes floating islands and hopefully a lot more stuff here in the near future. We're going to look at the World Encounter Manager, and this is already, of course, sending server data received. Who calls this? Harvesting Manager. Once again, So here we're doing request, world encounter, harvesting data, target send. So that's post request. What if the player loads the cave prior to the server? This is just parts versus one-offs. In other words, when is request called? World encounter master. This is when we're going in. Should only ever be called on the server. It's a mono behavior, not a network behavior, so can't really check that, but that's fine. If client is local player, is not local player, request world harvesting encounter data. Server loads and moves player. So what happens is the cave entrance collider is set up to only work on the server. So if we are a client, it just ignores us. Otherwise, it tells the server that this client wants to go in, which calls this, and we look for an active manager. If there is no manager, we create a new manager, and we tell him to generate, which will generate the entire cave in one pass. And then, entering world encounter, it will send the OK to the player after loading it. Target set position, go to world position, and this true means that it's going in there. So then this will also, which one gets called? Let's double check that. Convert to world position, blah, 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 blah. Target set position. If in world encounter, going in. Okay, so no, this isn't only called on the server, but it's only called by the server. When the player calls it, they do pretty much the same thing, except that they are not going to find a terrain save file or an active manager or anything. They're just going to create a new one, generate it, and then they're going to request world encounter harvesting data, which is already generated and is so going to be sent. But currently it's only sending dead resources. So what we want to do is change this data set that's going out to also incorporate a list of rarities, rare resources, because we want our harvestable objects to not do any of this when they're a client. And that's regardless of whether they are in a world encounter or not. If they're in a world encounter, then they're going to try and find their saved statistics from somewhere else. That's the only real difference. And if they were placed by a world encounter, the world encounter will actually set these values before this start method is called for them. So these don't need to be thought out. So in the case, what we're talking about here is now if rarity is greater than 0 and we're a multiplayer host, add network resource data. So this is and world encounter manager equals null. So that's when we are not in a world encounter. And let's actually just separate these two out because they both want the above logic to be the same. So this is when we are not in a world encounter. When we are in a world encounter, we're going to want to just put you in there. We could go to the world encounter master. And add it as a separate thing. Or yeah, because these cave resources and whatnot aren't affected by the map system, so they're not storing rarity in any sense. They're just storing stuff that's been harvested. So let's go to the world encounter master. Let's create, once again, we had these guys here, harvesting manager, network area resource stats, network resource data. I like this. I think I'll just leave them there though. This guy I want to be different because this is not an area. We're now dealing with a network encounter resource stats. Network encounter resource stats using system. Which is that going to mess up any randoms? I don't think I have any randoms here. Good. And this is harvestable manager dot network resource data. Those can be the same, but we don't need the local area anymore. All we need is these guys, but we're talking about decameters here, and caves can be quite a bit bigger than a 128 meter area. We might exceed this short limit is what I'm saying. Cave marching cubes. Where do we determine the depth. Populate voxels. Cave length 20 to 4. No, that's not the same as depth. Depth gets set before we come in here, I believe, doesn't it? Cave, size, noise, voxel. Length, width, height. Isn't there depth? Where's depth? Manager now stores the depth. So the world encounter manager. Max cave depth. Yeah, there's actually a inherited version specific to caves that, here we go, 2 to 5. So a maximum of 5 with each cave having a maximum of 40, which I believe is 400 meters. 400 meters times 5 is obviously a 2. Again, times 10 to get decameters. Hi, kitty. 400 meters maximum cave length. And we're going to need a Y too. Maximum depth of 5. And each step, I'm pretty sure, is 10 meters. So that's 400, like I said, 400 length times a possible 5. So it's possibly 2 kilometers deep is the deepest a cave can go. Converting that into decameters is just another 10. But a short was 32,000, wasn't it? Hi, kitty. Hi. Yeah, 32,000. So are we good with shorts? I guess so. We can test that as we go, but yeah, it's a good kitty. Purr into the mic. So I guess we're all right with using this the same. Decameters. No, but we do need the Y. Because caves can have stuff right on top of one another. So yeah, we're going to want to make our own one of these too. Network encounter. Resource data. We want an X and we want a Y. And then we're worried about the rarity. So these are now going to just use this. World Encounter Master now wants a list of these. Not sure why I made that public, but whatever. Network Encounter Resource Stats equals new list. And then likewise, we're going to, do we need that? If cave, server always generates first. So right? We don't need to have that queue waiting for the update to catch it on the next frame. Network encounter resource stats gets added to, here we have these guys, blah, 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 blah. Add network resource data. Add network resource data, harvestable object, server, world encounter master has no concept of the network itself. That's fine. Network encounter resource data. And these are all network encounter resource stats. We're not doing that anymore. We don't need that anymore. But now we are checking. Nope, we're not checking that. We need the X and the Z datas. Local X. We also need the local Y. Short math, local Y, CM divided by 10. Right? Yeah. Good. So, now we need these guys to say when they are in a World Encounter Manager. Contact the World Encounter Master and do add network resource data using this. You don't choke yourself on my wrist there, kitty. World Encounter Manager, World Encounter Master, add network resource data. So this will keep that going. And then when do we remove from that? Harvesting Manager. It's this guy, report area destruction. Let's call it what happened? I did that wrong. Don't choke on my wrist, dude. What are you doing? No concept to the server, doesn't matter. Report encounter destruction without an I. He's got his throat like up on my wrist. It can't be comfortable. We don't need those. These are named a little differently. I think that's just a capital N. Nope. Network encounter resource stats. Oh, I still did want the S, huh? Equals network can resource stats I, and then we're not bothering with the areas. And once again, we're just going to remove there. So this happens when here we've got generate. Here we've got self-destruct. I think that I can use those. Generate encounter. Harvestable objects will add themselves in there. So then on self-destruct, we will cave systems. Why is that a dictionary? Whatever. We want to contact the master and say remove, what is it? Network. Report destruction. Report encounter destruction for terrain X, terrain Z. This is virtual. Do I need to double check that caves are doing this properly? I don't think they're overriding. They are overriding generate encounter, but that's fine. World encounter. Yeah, we're gonna, no, yeah, the harvestable objects send their data themselves. So now the master will be keeping track of rare resources and removing them as they destroy themselves. So all that's left is to make sure that the player gets the data when he's requesting the world encounter harvesting data. This when the cave generates itself, it's actually this guy that does it. Cave marching cubes. Does he keep he only keeps a list of the meshes. I'm pretty sure he doesn't actually keep a list of the resources that he spawns, which is unfortunate. Because we're going to want a list of those to cycle through. This is all the voxels set up. Decorate. Floors. Spawn resource. That's what we're looking for. Set up spawned resource. We don't actually add this anywhere. So let's should we put it on the manager? We'll encounter manager cave. But we want this for all types of managers. So let's go ahead and do yeah, these are being kept per cave, but we want a list of game objects for spawned resources like we did with the areas. And this is just a reference. It's not a big deal. They're already being spawned. down here. I think this is the only spot I need to worry about. Wall decorations are not capable of becoming rare. Monsters. We don't have cave animals yet. So yeah, just this one spawned resource bit here. So let's contact the manager dot add resource stats. No, that's not it. Spawned resources dot add the resource. There we go. Is that not a game? Oh, that's a transform. Why am I calling resource dot transform over and over again then? It's already a transform. That's redundant. I can't look past that. I must repair. Resource transform. That's silly. Resource wait, no, I'm doing that wrong. It's just the transforms is what I don't want. Resource dot transform. Resource dot transform. Resource dot transform. Resource. See, this guy knew it. What he was doing. Anyway, resource dot game object is what we're going to add to the spawned resources list. Starting to get bright as per usual. 2:30. Gonna get sunburn on one side of my face. But I got a cat on my lap. I can't just go and close the curtains. I mean, what are you gonna do? Might have to suffer some sunburn. So now that these are being kept, I keep getting cat fur in my nose too. When a player requests data from the manager, see here it's just waiting for the use data in there. The cat got up, so I'm going to close the curtain real quick. It's just this like half hour every day that sun shines right at the wrong angle. So this is when it's waiting to generate. Who calls this? The manager. Dead resources parts. Who calls that? Request world encounter harvesting data. So yeah, we do want that to happen, but we also want, let's just go ahead and prior to that, harvesting manager. Why am I on the harvesting manager? That's kind of silly. Request world encounter harvesting data. Yes, actually I want this to happen after the client successfully receives that and then generates the things. World encounter manager, server data received. Why is this specific to caves. What about floating islands? I'll look at them in a second. World Encounter Manager, server data received. This is going to go ahead and generate them. Now, I want to request from both the master and the manager have no concept of the network. That's why there's going through the harvesting manager. Well, that's not a big deal. Post generation, server data received, generated. This is only important for clients, so this is the only area we need to call this in. We basically want to, once again, go to the harvesting manager who is aware of the network and say, give me them rarity numbers. Multiplayer resource rarity, multiplayer world encounter resource rarity data transfer. Give me them stuffs. So I don't need that. We already got that. This is really all we need. We need a call and a return. So we'll say client caves, client encounter generated. We don't need any of that local stuff. We will pass the client in. Now what we want to do is get to the proper manager. Chunk manager can do that for us. Get world encounter. No. Who holds? The active managers list. Someone has, was it the harvesting manager? Someone's good at getting that. Terrain manager. World encounter master. Is it the harvesting manager? No. Procedural watcher. No. Terrain manager. Turn on surface world. No. Is it just the master? Get. Isn't there a get somewhere? Get current manager. Get current manager by XZ. Shouldn't really be called get current. Let's rename that. Get manager. There we go. So that's what we want to call here. Harvesting, and that's under World Encounter Master. Who keeps track of him? World, I think it's the terrain manager. World Encounter Master dot get manager. Wait, what? This wasn't where I wanted to do that. Hold on. We were working on the harvesting manager. Here we go. Player script controller client dot managers dot terrain manager dot master dot get manager for TX TZ And that's going to actually give us the World Encounter Manager. World Encounter Manager equals this guy. Client encounter generated. Server data received. Hosting manager. I want this to be a command. CMD client encounter generated. Hosting manager command client encounter generated. TX TZ. What's the matter? Oh, World Encounter Manager. Server data received. This is of course local, but I still don't really like just calling the global reference, but that's how that goes, because these aren't network based at all. So World Encounter Manager, print I equals 0, I equals none of this matters. We want to be sending the World Encounter Manager that's actually holding the master is holding the network resource stats. So we actually don't care about the manager. Haha. We want to go through player script control client managers, terrain manager, World Encounter Master dot network encounter resource stats. Pull one out. These are actually network World Encounter Master dot network encounter resource stats equals getting kind of spaghetti here. Not a big deal. We want to make sure the X and the Z are the same, and if they are, serialize it. And this one is going to be target send encounter network resource data. Target send encounter network resource data. Client connection bytes. And what you're going to be getting here is not that, but this. And then we want to input that into the master. So we've got this stuff going on, report encounter destruction, add network resource data. Let's do a public input network resource data. Let's avoid, and we are handing it the network encounter resource stats. NERS. So this is the master. The master? I think we want that on the manager. server data received, client counter generated. Yeah, here we go. And that is part of the world encounter master NERS. So we want world encounter manager to be returned from managers, terrain manager, master, world encounter master dot get manager from nars.tx, nars.tz, and to that world encounter manager, we want to input network resource data, which is actually NERS now. And then with that data, we want to cycle through for int I equals 0, I equals less than spawned resources dot count I plus plus. And of course, we want to do a null check here because some of these might be destroying themselves based on, because of the way that this flows, they wait for the server data, which is the have I been harvested or not data. Then they generate, which causes all the resources to turn on and check to see if the data exists for them to destroy themselves. In which case, they would have been spawned, but are still referenced and I don't really want to go through the whole list every time one of them destroys themselves and remove it. So I'm just going to add if spawned resources, and let's just do what is this game object? Go equals spawned resources I. If go is null, then you want to just go ahead and continue on to the next iteration. I'm just trying to think, do I need to do that with the overworld resources at all? Area generates I mean, I might as well add a check. I don't think I need it. What would that be? Procedural area. When it takes the data in, who did that? Not the area itself, but was it the harvesting manager? Client watching area, send data, procedural watcher, input, network. Oh yeah, I don't need to do that anymore. Debug log, import resource stats, blah blah blah. Area, network, stats received. Yeah. And again, we don't need you, but for the spawned resources, in the event when they kill themselves, they're not bothering to remove themselves from the list, are they? No. They just closed Harvesting Manager, that's a bummer. But what were we looking at? Procedural Watcher, fix that. Procedural Area. If spawned resources, yeah, there we go, transform T, and that's not even going to work there. Don't really like changing this to a game object, but we'll just do game object go equals spawned resources I. If go equals null, then just go ahead and continue. And I like to always add curly brackets. So now this is just going to be go.transform. And just in case, I don't think that that's necessary, but it could be. Pretty sure it is necessary in this case, though. Where were we? Master manager. If the game object is null, continue. Otherwise, for int r equals ners dot data dot count r equals 0, r equals less than ners data count r plus plus. That is a world encounter master network encounter resource data. World encounter master dot resource data, right? Data. Data equals ners dot datas r. Now we need to check against the XYZ. Let's take a look at how we did that on the area, just because we've already done it today. Save some brain power. Basically want to do all of this with just a little bit more difficulty. Just going to copy that down there. We do mostly use the transform T. So let's go ahead and store a reference to that. Go.transform. Now, distance and index are important. And as we loop through here, we're not using that. Distance is now a vector 3, unfortunately. We want to do t dot local position dot y. And you are now data dot local y, data dot local z. And that again is a vector 3. Because caves spawn stuff all over. You two, sir, are a vector 3. If That's not necessary, and let's get rid of that on the procedural area as well. That was just debug stuff. Found, we don't need either. There we go. I don't need you. If the temp distance in caves, we're looking at 40 centimeters, 0.4 meters. That should be plenty room for error. If the temp distance is less than the current distance, go to there, index R. If index is greater than 0, world encounter master dot network encounter resource data. Never wants to give me that. Network encounter resource data equals ners dot data at that index point. I'm going to get the harvestable object. If it's not null, I'm going to force update state using the data.rarity. And that should do it. Now all we got to do is test it. So I'm going to let those compile. And I'm going to take a quick break. Let me add the cat cam to the break screen because everybody likes kitties. Video capture device, cat cam. There we go. Okay. So I'm just going to go to the bathroom, get a drink, stretch. I'll be right back. And I'm back. And we want to test multiplayer cave rare resource. If all is working, I mean, the harvestable objects are already not set, or are set to not generate their rarity if they are in client mode. So that should be either all or nothing. In order to, well, yeah, so we don't even need to test trying to find a cave at some godforsaken distance from the start. Yume-chan, what are you doing? Is there a birdie? Close up on the cat cam. But they won't look if you call them, of course. Yume-chan, こっち向かないの? Huh? You should look up here. Ah, it's a pretty kitty. Player 380 not stored on Net Manager. This is doing that same thing that we had last time. Did we get a Weaver error? I don't see a Weaver error. Why? Because this is something that's only supposed to be called on the server. This happened last time because... Oh, I didn't save that. No, that doesn't matter. This happened last time because we were... And I closed the harvesting manager by accident. We were sending stuff that it didn't like across the network. Target RPC, report area destruction. Send network resource data, client watching area. Here we go. Player client bytes. Target send encounter network resource data. Target send command. Did anybody call this? Yeah, we're calling that. But we're calling it from... What are we calling it from here? The World Encounter Manager. That's probably not acceptable, is it? I need to just say first client encounter generated, because this is not a network aware script. So the harvesting manager needs to have a little buffer where it says something that's just allowed normally. And then he will pass that on to the command. Train Z client. And that's just because this has permission. No, actually this doesn't have permission. Because this is a server script, so it can't issue commands. So we need to move this to player harvesting, like we did with these guys. Let's go ahead and add a little marker here and say rare resource data requests. We want to, let's put it underneath these guys. And the watched areas, I'm going to put it all the way underneath that even. So now we want this to do player, script controller, client. We've already got a client. Client dot managers dot harvesting manager. Yeah, because the player is really the only thing on the client side that has any power. And power is required to issue a command. This way it will ask yeah, so even this isn't allowed. Client account generated. We need to make this a server option, and we need player harvesting to just go ahead and actually do like this, making this a command, which has to start with cmd, and then this guy just bounce that to him, txc client. Yeah, harvesting manager. You're not a command anymore, but we are now calling you from the server side of the player. It would have been nice if it had found that unacceptable without me having to look for it. But what are you gonna do? No Weaver errors. There did Weaver errors. Yeah. Easy kitty. Player client cannot write or player can use support type them. Oh yeah, you can't pass client. Okay, and I just want to clear this because I don't. It's annoying how that doesn't clear itself. Clear on build. Is that what I'm looking for? That's really building. I want it to clear on compile. But yeah, you can't pass a player client like that. And we don't need to, because it's this client. Who called this guy? Like I said, unnecessary. You're being called from the world manager, was it? Yeah, that's why this is just unnecessary. Hold on. What are we talking about? Player harvesting. Who calls you? Client encounter generated. No references. What? Hold on. It's the harvesting manager. No. Harvesting manager. Client encounter generated. Client encounter generated target. It's gonna send that there. But the initial call needs to be initiated from the world encounter manager right here. There we go. Server data received, player subscribe client. This needs to be player harvesting dot. Yeah, we didn't need to delete that. Dot. What? What is it? Client encounter generated. Client encounter generated. And we do not need to send that because it's already included. Right. That should be good. I just want to see what that clear on build thing is. But none of that'll last anyway. We'll leave that checked for now. So we're gonna compile over here too. Start up the server. Start up the client when they're ready to go. Which looks like they are. We didn't set up any debugs yet, but we'll just see what happens first. Just gonna teleport home first. And I want to look for, do I have any stray debugs still running amok? Don't think so, looks good. And I should have one right outside of a cave. We can even go right into the cave, why not? Now, the question is there anything in here at all? Oh, bunch of null references, okay. So we're gonna need to fix those first. Obviously some rare stuff did pop up. And throw some errors. 144. If world encounter manager equals null, world encounter manager dot world encounter master. So does the world encounter master not actually know about the master yet? Add network resources on the master. This is silly. Nobody's using that. The terrain XC is already being set by themselves. It looks like the world encounter manager, which is going to be a cave. But that's still, yeah, generate encounter. It's inherited from the base class, which has a reference to the master, but this is not being set, you're telling me? Report encounter destruction. Yeah, I'm only ever, my new things are the only ones ever actually accessing that. And we do have a global reference to that we can go ahead and just do anyway. Is that acceptable? World Encounter Manager, World Encounter Master, add network resource data, and then it's going to try and do all of its own findings. So yeah, we don't actually have to go through the manager. So let's say that this does not exist because nobody is setting him. Report encounter destruction. Alright, let's go ahead and copy that because we're probably going to need to paste that again here in a second. Who else wants some? Did the cave need that? Anywhere? Anywhere? No? You're good? Player harvesting? No. Harvestable object did. We'll do that there. Cave marching cubes does not either, nor does the manager. So how's that gonna compile? What do you say? Looks like it's compiling fine. And that's clearly not what clear on build does, like I was hoping. Self-destruct. No, that was different. Yeah, this is all server thread aborted, that's okay, blah blah blah. Procedural watcher. Grass is never assigned to, blah blah blah. Yeah, I need to get rid of those. Start the server back up. Get the client going. Somebody asked if I could offer a lower resolution stream as an option. I don't know how that works. Or if I need like a specific card for encoding multiple you know, resolutions on the fly, or kind of thought Twitch would be able to handle that on its own. He said other streamers have that ability, but that mine did not. Target bitrate. I will look into that, but I'm not familiar with how that would work at the moment, I'm afraid. Okay, we're back at the tree. Do you need to open the door yourself, Cat? Is that important to you? There we go. gonna save once, so I don't have to keep doing that. And let's go into the cave. Thank you for the follow, VidRack. Don't know if you're watching, but how's it going? Looks like I made it in fine. I didn't set up any debugs, so let's just look and see if we can find any rare resources. Of course, none of these are going to be easy to look at. But maybe I can just cruise through here and look for some sparklies. What do you say? What do you say? Huh? Sparklies? Is that a floating rock? Look at that. It's a floating rock. That's not good. I'm not seeing any sparklies. Then again, oh, and actually I think I have one right at the start, don't I? For this cave, if I haven't already mined that out. Yeah, there it is. So this should not be able to be rare under any circumstance unless the server is properly passing through the command to become so, because the harvestable object here itself only calculates rarity if the server gives it stats, or if it is not a multiplayer client. So that is a successful test. Do we want to test that deeper somehow, some way? Kind of do, just because I knew that that was there. Say we go out a ways, because you do want to get past, I think it's level 30 on here. Who was saying these are given errors? Yeah, there's an error. And there is no terrain attached to the decorations game object, but a script is trying to ask back then. Harvesting manager 73. Total sidetrack, but let's look at it. 73. Trees. Yeah, this is not a tree. But what? It has the harvestable tree script on it, perhaps? So it thinks it's a tree. Harvestable basic resource. Timber. Why is it calling this? Remove tree. That's brought on by the RPC report resource death via the harvesting manager, which is going to be RPC report resource death. Is it just asking if it's timber? Yeah, that's what it is. So no, we don't want that. We want, are all trees actually trees? They must be. I wouldn't put trees on there anyway, so we don't want to do that. We want to do if harvestable object is harvestable tree. Then you do that. And I wonder if there is a cave out here. Probably not. But let's go ahead and recompile that and just give that a try while we're here. Doing good, man. Sorry, the chat is in the far right of my screen. It's impossible to see. I need to figure out how to move it over to the left here. But doing good. Really enjoying streaming, to be honest. I'm just kind of talking to myself, honestly, which sounds a little weird. But it's oddly motivating knowing that there's people watching. People come in and ask questions and say stuff, and who knows? You know, if I can get my followers up to 50, then you become a Twitch affiliate, and you get all these fancy buttons, I think is how that works. God knows I love fancy buttons. But I mean, I'm doing my job anyway, so if I can have a better time doing it by streaming it, win-win, right? What was I doing? Oh, just gonna restart that and check those branches. Hope you had a good Thanksgiving. You were saying your parents went to Mexico. I saw an ad on my phone to say that, or an ad on my phone this morning that said, avoid all travel to Mexico. Something about Corona cluster or something, I assume, but it made me think of you. Uh-oh. Or no, that was Tony. I'm sorry. You said your parents just got back from somewhere else. Tony said his parents just went to Mexico. Not a good time to be traveling. Yeah. Yeah. Just not worth it. Too dangerous. Even if it's only 0.5% chance, you know what I mean? Somebody told me I had a 0.1% chance to die if I eat this lollipop. You know, it's like, well, how about I just don't eat the lollipop? You know, I don't have to, I don't mind wearing a mask and staying inside for a little bit till the smoke blows over. So you gotta put your health first. Probably hasn't loaded in on the server yet, so it's not responding to me. Or what's the deal? There's a mushroom. Got the mushroom. How come this guy's not... Is he not on the server? Where are we at? Yeah, there's no branch there. How come that didn't get sent through properly? That's something to look into. Let me think about that for a second. I don't like that. report resource death is when things happen in real time. Send dead resources is what happens when an area loads. Request terrain harvesting data. This comes about in two different ways. One is if the terrain finishes loading, assuming that it's post the player loading. The other way is, yeah, that's this one. If we're the server and the terrain just turned on and there are terrain observers registered for that terrain, it'll try to send the data to all of them. The other option is when a player loads first and says, I'm now watching this terrain. If the host has terrain data for that already, it sends it immediately. Request terrain harvesting data, and that's the send, so this is the server. Let's go ahead and put a debug in here. Request terrain harvesting data. And we'll just turn both of these on. Because we have to account for the case of the player turning their terrain on prior to the server, or sometimes the server gets it on first. So there's those two methods. That's what the terrain observer functionality does. Try to add yourself as a terrain observer while the terrain is already active on the server, it immediately sends whatever data it's got for that terrain. Otherwise, it registers you as an observer, and then when that terrain turns on, it goes through the list of observers and sends them updated data, which should have removed that I wonder if it got marked as something funny because it's listed as a tree at one time. Like the data might be coming through just fine, but it's something to do with how I changed timber. Oh no, see now the mushroom's there too. Or yeah, we just didn't save the mushroom. Let's try cutting down something. There's got to be a rock over there. We go. We got rid of a mushroom. Let's get rid of these two branches. Oh, and it's snowing, of course. That's so annoying. I gotta fix that. And a stone and a stump for good measure. And then we will leave. Server's still up though. It's going to despawn those areas, already has. We'll reconnect. We'll clear the logs. And we should see Some terrain resource data being input. Harvesting data received, harvesting data received, received. The mushroom is still there. This guy's still there. The stone and all of these guys are still there. What is going on with that? They now, of course, don't let me harvest them because they're not there. Alright, well, something's not working right there. Harvesting data received. Get large terrain. Multiplayer data received. Load true game terrain enabled. That's not how that's working. Interesting. Those terrains were already enabled. They were supposed to be waiting for the server, no? Here we have it setting itself active immediately. Let's see what happens if I if we are the server, which we would be if we were in single player, go ahead and mark ourselves as loaded and enable, and go through and do that. Failing that, meaning we are a client, terrain enabled, what is that going to do? Section, it's just going to store a reference. And we're not server. This is kind of doing that twice there, isn't it? Maybe some cleanup needed there. But this is what we're talking about. Assign observer, loaded equals true, and then we're going to wait for multiplayer data to be received to turn on. And let's just try that. The loading screen and gravity and stuff like that shouldn't enable until it successfully detects ground beneath us. Make a single player game, they said. Server's up. Start the client. connected, loading. Harvesting data received, but we have already turned the terrains on. That's my whole point. Set active true. Set active true. Set active true. The terrain itself is generated by the procedural watcher. Not the chunks, but the terrains. Not via the queue. Generate large terrain. Generate large terrain. New game object set active to false. Then it passes it on to the procedural terrain. Here we've got it setting active to true. Let's go ahead and I think we might have needed that for sync. What if we just allow that to turn on, but we turn the... So this happens, wait, where'd that go? Procedural terrain. All of this happens, everything gets turned on, terrain controller gets added. So yeah, this goes off immediately prior to any sort of area spawning. So why don't we, the set active stuff is unnecessary. It's already active no matter what. What we can maybe do though is turn resources off, which is where everything that has a chance of going rare is going to be put, right? So let's say resources, if we're server, fine and good. If we are not the server, let's set the resources, that's the transform, so we want the game object to be set active false. Only if we're a client. Terrain itself is actually loaded though. Once the multiplayer data is received, then we can turn the resources game object to set active true. And that will trigger start for all of the harvestable objects, including the tree colliders, which will then make them check against the multiplayer data, which should be by now received. Letting them know if they're dead or not. Synchronization. Start the client loading. Fixed an error with server client. Dead resource synchronization leading to ghost resources. And we're also in the process of fixed floating point errors causing non-rare resources to appear rare on MP clients. And vice versa, actually, causing resources to appear to spawn with incorrect. You see how the stone came on late there in the background? Is that the stone that I was supposed to have harvested though? Yes, it is. It did come on late, but it still didn't destroy itself. And these harvesting data received 292. Did I not? But these are all ghosts now, right? Yeah, they're not there. On the server, they are all gone. All gone. That means that they do have data that is saved. Why is all of the data being received only 292 bytes? That sounds fishy. Because I destroyed some stuff here, there should be some data here. Let me finish what I was typing. Causing resources to spawn with incorrect rarity on multiplayer clients. It did wait for the data, it looked like that time. Let's go ahead and add this here just to make sure. Kind of wanted to have one of the resources. It's gonna spam that out if I do that though. I can collapse it down, I guess. Debug.log MP data received. And then just for kicks, harvestable object. Are you no longer open? Let's have you go ahead and give us a debug when your start goes off. Debug.log resource start. And that's going to spam the console, but I can collapse it down because it's just going to be the same log for every resource. That's going to cause a big hiccup in the editor too. Writing those logs is kind of an intensive thing for it to do. I think there's more that I want to check though. Yeah, why? How come the bytes are the same for everybody? 292. That doesn't make sense. We should be getting dead resources. Well, what is this all just commented out? What's going on here? Dead resources. New int 3. Oh, I turned this off last night. Or was that this morning? Let's hope that that was this morning. I'm going to look at my source data. Source tree. Harvesting manager. I think that was this morning. That's the kind of stuff that you forget to turn back on and then it fucks the whole game up. And then you patch and everybody's like, nothing works. And you're like, God, my fault. I'm pretty sure that was this morning. People would be yelling at me by now. If that was yesterday. Harvesting manager. Where was that? Harvesting Manager 174. Was that yesterday? You gotta be kidding me. Oh no, that was yesterday. That's all old stuff I've fixed by now. Well, that's a shame. That's been 24 hours of headaches for somebody. Glad that I noticed it, I guess. That's one of the benefits of scanning through source control before you actually do a push. Sometimes I go and I look through these one by one, make sure I remember everything I did. Sometimes you forget to turn something back on like that. I should put a warning with it too or something. Sweet would yell at me if he was watching. So, that should fix that, and that makes me curious if it was at all necessary for me to have changed having the resources turn on late or not. But you think it would, because the terrains were turning on before the multiplayer data is received. Let's watch it in real time anyway. The procedural terrain was turning it already on, so the resources would check as soon as they were loaded, even if the multiplayer data had not yet been received, in which case they would be ghosts. Resource start just got spammed like crazy. Collapse. It's fine. Resource data received. $19.19. What terrain are we standing on? I'm assuming 1919. -18, -18. So yeah, there came some stuff through there, but that was already turned on again. I told you not to do that. Harvesting data received. Harvesting data received. Blah 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 blah. Resource stats string. Component multiplayer data received. MP data received. How come that's not triggering, is it? Is that hidden away beside Harvesting Manager? If terrain equals null, then return. Get large terrain XC. Harvesting data received. Resource start we don't need. That was fun but uninteresting. Terrain controller, which is called immediately after the procedural terrain, sets things up. To load the terrain. If we are the server, which we are not, we are churning resources off, passing terrain enabled to here, the terrain's manager. So it adds active terrain there, asks for that, etc. That's the server. Assigns terrain observer, right? Loaded equals true. The only other thing that touches resources is multiplayer data received after MP data received gets called. Harvesting manager. Are we getting no returns on this? What's the deal? We're still running. This is going through just fine. We're adding the resource stats that it gives us. Hi, kitty. You're a faker. You're not going to sit on my lap. See? You're going to sit in front of my keyboard, aren't you? No. You're going to step on the keyboard? Just sit on my lap. Fussy kitty. Add resource stats. That all goes in there as normal. Pretty important for multiplayer. In short, the resources get spawned as normal, but their parent is disabled, so their start functions never get called. And then they request data from the server. Once the server sends them the data, I'm going to just pause. See, this is already on. We have received no data. Why? 1818. Resources is disabled. These guys are counting as decorations. So what about that stone? Is he going to come off? And why do I have those as decorations? That's kind of silly. The stone did in fact work as intended. Okay, so these guys are just getting in my head because I'm storing them in decorations. Which, I mean, sure, but they all give something. They're all resources of a type. Well, I guess just then all we really need to do is, because they're harvestable objects, they're going to send their data just the same. So, terrains controller, not only the resources, but let's also do decorations. Set decorations. Set active to false. And here we will set them to true. Boy, you're running slow. What is the deal? Do I need to restart Unity again? Source tree is too much for it. It can't handle it. I ordered some RAM. I did. I got another, look at this, I'm running at 92%. It's no good. I ordered another 16 gigs, so it should get here Saturday. Double the power. It amazes me that I'm using 16 gigs already somehow, but what do I know? It's just my day job. Server's up. Client's loading. Did you clean house with your poker tournament there, Vidrack? Or did you just send your favorite picture of the one time that you won a pot? There we go. They turned on and then they disappeared because they realized they are dead. Okay, so anyway, we were looking for... I'm kind of mumbling too. This mic is pretty quiet. I'm going to have to probably get a better mic. Or... you'd think I could just boost this. In the settings itself. Oh, all the options. Thank you so much. Yeah, I've got volume at 100. Disable. It's just such a waste of a screen. Manage sound devices. Disable. All these menus within menus. Yeah, I should probably get some kind of a sound mixer app or something. And there's probably an app I can get to go with some of the streaming software that I'm using. Did I miss something? Open up my phone. Additional device settings. Sound settings. Additional device properties. It's just the USB controller. Listen. Custom levels. More. Give me more. It's already at 100. Can't select it. Let me put in 200. Really? Maybe I should get some like, I mean it just says USB device. Look at that, generic USB device. I should probably try and look for like an actual, some kind of a driver. Because it's obviously just using generic. Doesn't know what the hell it is. Yeah, I can probably get some kind of a... It's just as speakers, right? Yeah. I can probably get some kind of an app or something, or... And it might just be the microphone. I mean, on here it's only going up to here, so... On my streamer stuff, it looks like it's going all the way up, but... Actually, maybe there's a boost I can add right here. No filters applied. Add... Oh yeah, there we go. There's a gain filter I can add. Crank it up. Gain 4. Does that sound any better? Let me turn it up to 10. That might be crazy. See, I've got a filter. I don't know. Yeah, is it doing it in real time? Does that sound better? I'll have to watch. Cool. I'll watch this the recording afterwards, see what the difference is before and after. I can fine-tune it more later if I need. But yeah, I'm getting up into the red now almost on the little meter here anyway. Still don't know how to use most of this stuff. Anyway. Fixed that. You go away. You we didn't change. You we didn't change. Harvesting manager, debug log, harvesting data received. We don't want you anymore. Terrain is null. I don't really need that part. Blah blah blah. Request harvesting data. I don't need you anymore. I don't even need... Yes. Oh, what did I click? Close. Save. Close. I do mumble a lot too, though. World encounter. Blah, 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 blah. What are we doing? Okay, yeah. So now we're looking for a cave, and this is about the worst place to find a cave. I'm gonna do some cheats. And let's see if I can just... teleport straight into the water. Awesome. That's how it always goes. Let's see. I want to go to the north. Hi, kitty. Give me the keyboard. North would be... Okay, now give me the mouse, kitty. Alright. Now I'm in the mountains. And I'm floating. There's a cave just to the northeast of here. What are we trying to prove? I mean, we already proved that it works. We're just gonna double check that. What do we? And we're only out at 10 kilometers. There's the cave. It's not gonna be. Is that a 10 or is that an 18? I can't even tell with it so small. Let's go big mode. Oh no, that is an 18. That's a little better. I think it's level 30 though. You gotta get 30 kilometers away for maximum rarity potential. Was that mound not... He doesn't have a bottom, huh? Let's see how this one works out. Anything rare? How come that didn't hit him the first time? Nothing rare, nothing rare. Let's just look through it via the editor real quick. Who wants to be rare? What are those lines? It's navigation being weird. Nobody's rare? Nobody's rare? I'm not seeing anything rare. And, you know, that's totally possible. But, rarity particles. Is there anything rarity particles? There is. Where are you at? That's above ground. That's above ground. That's all above ground. Did not get anything client side. Let's double check. Server side. Rarity particles. Yeah, there are some rare things here that have not shown up. There's an emerald. Where is Malcare? Ooh, I should have. Malcare's way up here, I'm assuming. See if I can find one that's closer than that. Ooh, what did space do? I don't know what that did. Shift space. Oh, I didn't know that. Shift space to maximize. Very nice. Yeah, this is all just noise based. stuff that I've built, it's deterministic, so as long as the seed's the same, it will be the same for everybody. Let's take a backup look at, okay, so this is like right at the end. There is a, what? There's something up here. There's a rare stone. Near on Malkair's side, however, he is not rare, so cave stuff is perhaps not working properly. Let's just save right here, close that down. World Encounter Manager. Don't think I had those debugs set up, did I? Cave marching cubes. Manager add to the spawned resources. Very good. If you are a harvestable object and you realize that you are a host and rarity above 0, report yourself to the World Encounter Master. When the player goes in, for example, with the cave manager, which we have not changed at all, generate encounter, blah blah blah. We're sticking with the parent class. Trying to, well, the way that surface resources are handled different than world encounter resources, which caves are. They keep their own batch of data. Generate encounter, spawn, blah blah blah. Server data received. This is when player harvesting, client encounter generated, command, client encounter generated, send encounter network resource data, input network resource data. So I want to debug here. Inputting resource data. We also want, let's go ahead and do this for the server, even though we can look at that. I can look at the manager. No, it's on the master. These lists, and they're serializable, so I will be able to see that. All I'm really interested in is making sure that we're done with you. The World Encounter Manager input network, this gets called properly after things are generated, and we get the force update state. So this is really all I need to be called. The caves are generated by a system I built where it creates a starting point and then it moves forward, and then it feathers out around that point to make a pathway, and then it chooses a direction, steps forward, and then it feathers. And it has a main path that it follows and does that, and then it builds side paths that will then mimic that action. They don't ever overwrite one another, so they are always only adding to new empty spaces, and it's actually voxel based. So you start with like a solid chunk of earth, and then basically it's worming out data, and then every step that it gets hollowed out gets saved, and then the decorator goes through, and at every step it rolls the dice to see if there should be something there or not, and adds stalactites, stalagmites, gems, and whatnot. So we should load directly into the cave. Send world encounter dead resource. Null manager grabbed. Where did it save me? What's going on here? Null manager grabbed on what? I can see some no, that's not particles. What happened here? Call target, send world encounter dead resources. Null manager grabbed. Send world encounter dead resources. Harvesting manager, call target, send world encounter. Target, send encounter. Where is that? Target, send world encounter. Target, send world encounter dead resources. Null reference exception. Null manager grabbed on send world encounter. So it tried to send this client dead resource data before the cave was finished loading, I think is what's going on here. Going in was called after that. Yeah, so server calls going in first. Request world encounter harvesting data. I think this should be left up to the player, because that's getting called elsewhere, right? Request world harvesting. I think the client already calls that. There's no reason the server should be forcing that. Down here where went in. Request world encounter harvesting data. If client is if not the client is local player. No, because this gets called by both the server and the client. So yeah, this isn't what we want. We want this to be not if it's the local player, but if this is a multiplayer client loading into a cave, then it requests the harvesting data itself. What happened there was it sent the data before the caves were generated, so it didn't know what to do with the data. Because the client is not the local player, but that's not the right check that we wanted there. Hi, kitty. Server is up. Client is loading. Cats are asleep but moving. There's birds right outside. The birds don't excite you. The triad of laziness. Server is connected. I'm going to be interested if this all runs faster when I get my RAM installed on Saturday. I think there is some mild disk swapping going on here or something. Gets slower over time. Server function called on client. Request world encounter harvesting data. Why is that a server function? In any case, let's see if the stone, where'd that stone go? Almost looks like we do not have any resources, so we messed things up. Come on. Pause. Settle down. If the client is not the local player, request world encounter harvesting data. But you want to wait for the client to load the cave. Which it does do here. I think there's like a frame that gets weighted here though. If in world encounter going in, I guess it should be able to generate this immediately. Going in, see the player calls the same method right away. If the client is not the local player. This is a convoluted system I've built. $5 a piece for cat pets. I'll be a millionaire, right? Because this is not a network aware object. Player hits the collider, gets sent in to the cave on the server side. Server immediately generates the cave. Adds the client. Tells the client that it needs to go inside and then requests world encounter harvesting data for the client, since we have already generated it ourselves. Generates and sends immediately. Should still come after the player generating the cave, but apparently that was not the case. If I could just wait for like one frame here, that would work. Or what? Because it is waiting for it's actually waiting for the server data to generate, isn't it? Now that I think about it. So what was that error that we received? That doesn't make sense. Client encounter generated, server data received. Let's just add a debug there. Server data received. That's when it will generate. The error was here when we tried to send to the manager, but there was no manager yet. If there isn't a manager, we can just create a manager. But why would there be no manager when we've told the player? This only gets called after telling the player to go in. Right here. And client is server. Counter type default. Target set position. This should immediately generate. It calls the exact same function, causing the player to generate a new manager. Client player equals false. Instantiate. Terrain save file, world encounter type. Terrain save file chunk of terrain save file goes null, counter data. This is just based on noise and should always give the same results. I'm a bit confused what went wrong there. Let's look at it again with some more debugs. And let's have a Pringle while we're at it. I'll mute it for your benefit. Sour cream and onion. Got these little mini Japanese size. They get some weird flavors going over here sometimes though. Yeah. I just wish that they would sell me some damn ranch Doritos. They don't. Did you know that that's like an American only chip? The ranch Dorito. Warning, an error has occurred. Null manager grabbed. Going in is called after that. See, that's just silly. Because this... I mean, maybe they're just getting queued up. Because they're both network. Return void, move next. Wait, what? How is this part of a coroutine? Going in, that's this guy. It's not a coroutine. Wow, that's called from a lot of different places. In our case, continue registration. The world encounter going in. That looks like what we are talking about. Repositioning non-local player, but that's server side. World encounter going in. That's if you need to recall. Server teleport is in world encounter. Target set position. This is what we are getting. Right? Repositioning client 6. Oh, really? Player client call target position player. Player client call target position player. Sure. Yeah, they do say cool original sometimes. Maybe it's not called ranch in these states either. I've seen that a lot too. Why do we call it ranch? Maybe just because it's kind of like ranch dressing. I mean, cool just sounds disgusting as a flavor to me. It sounds like toothpaste. But I continue to confuse myself with this. Somehow repositioning non-local player, going in, teleport not needed equals true. Teleport not needed equals true. So are we not calling? If teleport not needed equals true, then we're not calling it from here. If teleport not needed and client is server, I thought that it was doing this to get in there. How are we getting in there? Going in, world encounter master going in. Procedural watcher. Okay, so that is later than expected. Null manager grabbed. I mean, I just want the player to do that when it goes in itself. That makes sense to me. Not this. If the client is not the local player, request world encounter harvesting data. Why would you put that here? Server loads. Player loads the cave. If client is local player and client dot is server. Oh, kitty, you're making it hard to type. Dot is server. Right? I mean, why is that not correct? Enter world encounter. If client is local player and client is not server, then go ahead and request the world encounter harvesting data, which will then be sent to the player, which will then cause the manager to run this and actually generate the caves. In the meantime, World Encounter Manager, they are on standby via the master. There's no actual generation in here. This just, it does generate. Generate encounter. It's void. If it's a cave, generate encounter, goes ahead and generates caves. But we don't want it to do that just yet. I rebuilt the system like 8 times, now it's all confusing. Current manager, generate terrain. What if request? Yeah, the problem with that was that it's server only. And this is on the harvesting manager, but we can make that better. So that's the only place that's calling this, right? Who else calls this? When we went in. If client is not the local player, that's just not enough data there. If client is local player and yeah, went in and messing things up here, I think. The real problem is that this is getting called before the player actually loads it in, because when they're in the cave loading, it takes longer for the procedural watcher to start up. So when that happens on the harvesting manager, and a null manager gets found, I mean, it's gonna get generated anyway, right? We don't really need to throw an error there, and it's a harmless error. We're just throwing the error and returning cave resources does not. We should probably at least do that. But ultimately, that's still acceptable. Is it not? Manager, server data received, because we're adding the data in any case. This is just trying to inform the manager that now it's okay to go ahead and generate, but we're actually generating anyway in the event that we are inside, which comes after the data has already been received. Like, I'd like for it to wait, enter a state of waiting, or even just yeah, it just seems like that really shouldn't even be a problem. Like, I don't need an error there. If the manager isn't ready yet, then when it figures itself out, it'll just generate itself. So we're still going to get the error. The server data received call is not going to go off, which we're currently relying on for the rarity synchronization. But we can put that elsewhere. Same error, but honestly not. Yeah, I'm sorry, you just can't sit in front of the keyboard all day long. I mean, why does it look so drab in here? Where's all the resources? There's no resources loading. Stop, cat, no more. Too much keyboard time. Look at this, there's no resources. That's because we're not calling this generate to, huh? Yeah. That's when it actually decorates. So the generate gets called, which is fine. And then, yeah, so the data is getting passed too quickly. Manager doesn't exist yet. We could store it somewhere. Like I say, it should just wait. I need a break. It all boils down to When a player spawns inside of the cave on a multiplayer server, the server is going to generate She sits right in front of me all day, pretty much. And then she'll like fake like she's going to sit on my lap and then actually just sit in front of the keyboard. I need to like make her bed behind the keyboard or something so she can just not sit right in front of the keyboard. I like to have the wrist space though to put my wrists down, so there's always this like open 6 inches where she's like, oh, my butt fits there. Player loading the cave too slow. Client server loading the cave too fast. How about, like, I keep thinking that just we should be waiting for the client to request. It's like, okay, I finished loading. Now give me the data. Why is it world encounter? Why is it here that we say if the client is not the local player? That just doesn't make sense to me. Even though I'm the one that wrote all this. Generate gets called in either case, but generate to has yet to be called, which is what actually decorates. Now, when this guy does it on, like I say, why can't this be if client is not server? Server doesn't need to do it. He knows what's up. Only when the client is not server do we request world and counting harvest data. And this is a server only option, so it yells at us, but all we got to do is add a buffer where this is a command. And that won't work on the harvesting manager. So, yeah, we'll leave that as server. And we'll move to player harvesting, where we will request world encounter resource data. We'll do that here. We don't need a target ID because this is on the client. So the harvesting manager is loading up, or no, it's the world encounter master has loaded a player into the cave, and in the event that that player is not the server, I want to go to the client.player harvesting and request world encounter harvesting data. I'm then going to add a command to move that server side, and we'll just call it the same thing with command appended as required. Sneaky kitty, what are you doing? You sit right between my hands, huh? terrain X, terrain Z. I'm gonna just gotta sit there, don't you, huh? Just somehow. And then this, now on the server side, we'll go to the player script control client manager, harvesting manager, and do request world encounter harvesting data for terrain X, terrain Z. And can't I just pass the client itself? Why are we passing the key? Target ID is being used to find the client itself. We don't need that, we're already on the server. Just use the player client, and then we don't need all of this lookup stuff. Just go straight to the client to connection, client to connection. And this was also necessary on World Encounter Master when we are going went in. I forget when this is called, but same thing. Went in. Who calls that? Player mover went in. Command went in. Okay, so this is server side. I went in. I think that's called when you teleport. But again, find all references. The dude that actually calls this. Oh, well, there you go. No references to that. Get out of here. What are you talking about? Player mover. So now there's no references to this either. Well, geez. Nobody likes you. Is that going to throw an error because someone actually did like it? I'm getting a few a day. I'm not a marketer, and I admit, you know, this isn't the most exciting content. I could put on a silly hat, and I mean, I got the cat cam is about as exciting as it gets, and they're not ready to dance for me. But I mean, it'd be nice if I had the 50 followers, and I think that gives me like the add button, so I can push the add button when I go for my 10-minute break at 10 and 3. You know, and I don't know if that amounts to 50 cents a month for someone that only has 2 or 3 viewers a day or what. I don't know how any of this stuff works. The main drive behind me doing this is really that I was just getting really lonely doing this. It's almost 3 years I've been doing this now. Yeah, every time someone donates, a bag of catnip breaks on top of those 3. That'd be a ball of blood in no time. It's just been really motivating these past. I've only been doing this 3 days now, and just talking out loud really helps with solving problems, and you know, having people here. Like I say, I still don't really understand what this Twitch chat users in chat. It says there's like 20 people in here, but then it says there's 2 viewers. I don't know what that means. can you be a user in chat and still not be a viewer? There's some strange alternate universe to streaming that I don't understand. But the amount of users in chat is going up steadily every day. So that's cool. Please give me a follow if you're in chat. Didn't get an error this time. I've got, that looked like a resource. Is that not a, yeah, I got a resource now. There's a citrine over there. What about inputting resource data, server data received. Thank you for the follow, Careful Moose. That looks like it worked. Did the, where'd that rare stone go? Isn't it right here? He looks like he's still not rare. Where on the server, he is rare. That's that guy, right? Am I looking at the wrong one? I think that's the same. Yeah, that's the... Oh, no? It's that guy? Yeah, it's that guy up there. And he is not rare. So, resource data is coming through properly. Well, I'm using this streaming software, so I've got the multi-stream going on with, you know, YouTube, Twitch, and Facebook all at once. And then there's a Twitch tab that shows users in chat. Well, and like, one of them is... Yeah. Are you looking online at Twitch? And it shows you, like, Abbott and Costello is in chat. I don't know how that works. Like, the first day there was, I mean, Saddest Kitty has been in here every day so far. I hope you're not really sad, Kitty. Sad Girl is also just above her. I don't know why we have sad people. It's not fun. No offense. Anything I can do to make you not be sad. But I don't understand quite what that means. Users in chat versus 3 viewers. But yeah, I don't know either. And I don't really care so much. Like I say, this is 90% just been really motivating for me, so that's why I'm doing it. Let's stop once more though. Server data is being received in a timely fashion now. What is this? Server function called on client. No weapon change. Oh, that's different. Server data received, inputting resource data. Which was the call that we're looking for? Not the dead resources, but the rarity reports. Rarity data transfer. Client watching area, network, where was, these are areas. Not the area stuff. We want World Encounter Master, was it? Yeah, here we go. Player harvesting, probably. World encounter resource data. Request world encountering harvest data. No, that's what I just added. Rare resource data requests. This is the areas. Have we not actually set that up yet? Network encounter resource stats. Harvesting manager. Client encounter generated, yeah. Target send network resource data. Encounter. So this is set up. Client encounter generated gets called by who? A command on player harvesting, which gets called by who? It gets called when the server data is received. We did have server data received. So we called for this. Let's just go ahead and add some debugs there. I need to go turn my lights on. My wife might have just come home and the lights are all off. Well, we're just a step away here, but we are a good 25 minutes over 5 o'clock. So I'm going to call it here for today. I'm probably going to finish this up with another half hour to an hour after dinner. Try to get a patch out. But regardless, I'll be back in the morning as it is only Thursday here. So thank you for the follows and thanks for